I'll probably unmute myself before I start talking. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. I finally caved in, and I usually don't do experimental tests, but this is Satisfactory we're talking about. I kind of had to. So, yes, Satisfactory 1.1 with all of the new updates and things. Plus, I did a little bit of work off stream on the base. So, I'll show that to you right now. Here we are. I've basically, the changes I've made is I've gotten the train to work. I've gotten the trains to work. So now all of the trains coming from external bases, they're now functional. So I'm done rebuilding the railways. The stations are now working. They're shipping stuff. Music is a little loud. There you go. So we got the red train going over to the steel base over there. We got the purple train up here coming from the aluminum base. And we've got teal train that was just here. That goes all the way to the oil refinery base. We could see it in the distance back there. So, that also means that all of the machines in here in the main base that were depending on outside resources now cannot produce anything. But 1.1 brings in some interesting stuff like this. This is a conveyor merger on an elevator. So, and yeah, the way I've set this up basically is every output of every freight car on every train has that splitter in front, which basically says main output goes forward, overflow goes to the side, and that overflow is what I intend to connect down to the storage facility we have down there. That's kind of the gist. And I've done that for every freight car on every station. Yeah, so that one over here for the upper train. You can just connect it down to here. Goes down. And then I've disconnected it for now because I don't want to overflow the sinks, and I want those train stations to remain full for now. I want these to be buffered. But yeah, so if you look at the top left corner, you can see experimental build 1.1. We're gonna do some interesting stuff today. First, I shouldn't be floating like that. I've actually lined up a tile right here, that Caterium colored tile, for our first personnel elevator. This is what we're gonna first build, because that's one of the new things in 1.1. So we're building ourselves an elevator. I'm gonna bring that all the way up. I've actually built out little platforms here, which I hope lined up properly. Yes, they do. There we go. Then I'm gonna have, let's line up the floor here. Door goes that way. Bam. There we go. And it even gives like the normal floor, names, I guess, are literally the height at which the stop is. If I go back to elevator floor stop, I can now build another one here. That, so I know that one is at 68 meters. That one is at 92. I can name those stops if I want. I should also get some power to this thing. So, drop back down here. Convenient little power line here that I could use. Actually, another more convenient power line that's right there. I could do if I go on that one. Power pole Mark II, which gives me more connections. I'll just plug that onto here for now. Okay. And now in here, have a little... Actually, you know what? I'm going to cut off the music for a second. Because yes, there is elevator music. It's very important. Alright? So, yeah, and I can edit floor info. Even change the elevator music. And it only comes out of this little speaker, so it's kind of shitty elevator music, which is fantastic. So, let's say over here, this is my storage floor. So my icon's just gonna be or anything that looks like a chest or that. Yeah, a storage crate. That'll do. Confirm that. This is a lower train station. I'll just call it like that. Lower train floor, which obviously gonna be train. I'll make that one kind of teal because the teal train is going in there. The most recognizable one. So let's do that. Confirm that right there. And over here, that's going to be top. Train floor. Also going to be a train. That one. I'm going to be making it blender purple. Because the purple train gets there. I can even repaint the floors themselves too. So if I hit the button, now we go up. I enjoy my coffee. I also like that the windows come like pre-grimed and pre-dirtied. Okay, so over here is swatch 4. There. Well, that's my lower train floor for this train. That's exactly the swatch I have on that train. And then if I go to the top floor, over here, there is that one. There you go. So we have this now. That's one of the fantastic things. I'm going to be able to use that in quite a few places. Especially if we hitch a ride on the purple train once it shows up. Put the music back on now. We hitch a ride on the purple train, or, you know, get on the hypertube, which I've rebuilt. I have rebuilt the hypertube, and now the conveyor C above me is the sulfur mine. It's the one from the sulfur mine that comes from over there. But yes, I have rebuilt the hypertube, but there is going to be something that's going to change with those hypertubes. I've built 2 here, and I'm not going to need 2 anymore. Because in 1.1, hypertube junctions are now a thing. Some choppiness going on here. Bit of lag. Pretty sure I don't like that. Yep. So over here, I don't even have a stop that goes there. I'm gonna have to fix that. But this, like, I've got 2 lines here. It's gonna become 1. It's gonna become a single line. And we're gonna have some hypertube junctions going on. Still don't fully know how they work. We're gonna test that out. And the thing that I'm thinking of for the elevators is the those skyscrapers that I have right now, here and there. Instead of the big pillar that I have in the middle, I could have an elevator. They're about the same size. So I could replace the middle cement pillar with an elevator that allows me to go up and down it. And even potentially have several floors. You know, especially in the aluminum base where I'm already on 2 or 3 floors. Getting a good elevator going there is probably a decent idea. Yeah, so I'll have a junction here to go that way and that way. So some of the hypertubes I'm gonna have to rebuild. Well, not rebuild, but kind of reorganize. Like the quartz mine line here is probably just gonna disappear. I'm probably just gonna have 1 line going that way. I'll have 1 going down. I'll keep the yeet cannon because it's entertaining. These 2 are gonna merge together. So let's get started on that. I think I'm gonna keep the one at the end here. So this 2 right here, I'm gonna delete that. And this 2 right here, also gonna delete it. Go. Move the label. I might need to redo the labels. But these, I'm basically, instead of signing them to their destination, I'm probably gonna use like kind of the same principle a lot of cities use for train lines and stuff, where basically I'll just go for the furthest away line, the furthest away destination on the line. I'll organize it like a metro line. I should not get run over by my own train. That'd be great. Yes, the green train is now functional and is now doing exclusively the run to that building over there. It's going there and back, instead of having the purple train come in, dock in, and then go there and come back. And the green train was doing nothing, so it's just going there now. So this. I'll keep that. I think I'm gonna just use the top line from now on. So over here is where we are going to encounter our first junction. Let's delete all of that. Is that? Oh, that should be there. There you go. That connects to that. Noodle, horizontal, vertical. There's curve mode now. I'll stick to noodle for now. Hypertube entrance, hypertube support. Wall support, wall hole, floor hole. Junction! Will you look at that? Can I plug one of these? Okay. That's kind of the, not that. Let's destroy all of this. Yeah, that's all the way on the ground, but how do I just put a pillar? I could just put it on a pillar, I guess. So let's do a architecture. I'm gonna have a painted beam. Or I could go for a frame pillar. I kind of like the idea of a frame pillar. We'll do a small pillar support right here.
Interesting creative choices.
Oh, Ada's got some new lines too. So, yes. There you go. That looks at about the right height. Okay. Now if I do another small pillar support the other way. Just like that. And then we stick our hypertube junction on top. That works. So, like that. And now this tube connects to there. This tube connects to there. No, the lower one. No, not the power line. That one. And this tube connects to whichever one of these two is currently being used. I don't remember. Probably that one. And let's stick to the top one. Okay. That is completely misaligned, though. What the hell am I doing? Should be right above it. Like that. Okay. It's floating a little bit. I don't know if I could like get a little something under it. Frame foundations are quite big. Yes, the frames are also there. There's also just and in connector maybe? Not really doing much. There you go, just a little painted beam like that, just so it looks like it's supporting something. You know? Okay. Now if I go back down to here, what should happen, I step in, I'm gonna go very slow here. I'm gonna force myself to go very, very slow, just so we could see how that worked. So you can see now, okay, so by hitting E, I could choose which way I'm going. So if I turn around, now I'm going to quartz, like this. If I turn around again, I'm either going to aluminum base, or I can keep going. So it's just a matter of seeing which line is currently highlighted and choosing accordingly. So I don't need two lines anymore. I've got junctions. I could just use the one. Which is amazing and fantastic, and I love it. Next, this pillar here. This pillar here is gonna become an elevator. Although, yeah, the spiral tubes, the spiral hypertubes are not... I might want / need to build an elevator, but on the outside of the building here. Make it line up with these floors instead of the, Yeah, that's what I might have to do. So... I think this side here might be the best suited. And in front of these doors, maybe? I don't want to use corners because the corners are for the conveyor belts. But yes, eventually I'm going to have an elevator going all the way from... down there to up here. I don't know if I'm gonna attach it to the building, because I'm now realizing that the pillar is actually quite a bit smaller than the elevator. The elevator takes a whole tile. So... if I look at the personnel, yeah, it takes exactly one tile. And if I look inside here, see the support takes exactly a tile, but not the pillar itself, which means this thing would be spiraling inside of the elevator the whole time. That would look weird and I would hate it. So I don't know what I'm gonna do for this exactly. I might keep that as just kind of an emergency transportation and have an elevator somewhere else entirely. Say over here. Or on the other side, somewhere. Let's see if I could mark myself like a decent spot. I think if I look for, let's say, this tile here, okay? There's nothing above it. It's right by the blueprint converter, okay? That foundation, you see? There's obstruction there, so I can't do it here. But if I move it, over there by one, then I got this pipe obstructing. But this pipe's a lot easier to move than all of these conveyors. I could just have that pipe kind of... Like, these supports could move them a tile over. Have that pipe kind of go around the elevator instead of... That's certainly an option. Okay. What about, like, here? Right on the edge of this. This would be... No, not built. Just deconstruct. Nothing there. And there's nothing there. That could go all the way down. That looks like a prime spot for an elevator to me. Okay, let's see what I can do. Personnel elevator. Oh, I think it needs the foundation floor. I would have to build from the bottom up. Can I even reach down there? More importantly, can I line up a tile down there? I'm gonna have to switch over to my normal jetpack. I think it's this tile here. If it's not, we're quite close. So... Oh, I don't have enough fuel to get up there. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be a fun time. Climb up this convenient power tower with a ladder here, and just jetpack my way up to here. Which is why, if this works, I might just remove that tile and build that elevator all the way to the floor, just so I can get back up if I fall down there. To personnel elevator. 196 meters. I'm going to build that as high up as I dare. There's a convenient power line right here, so I could power it up right away. Let's go to the top floor. See where it goes. See where it leads. Exactly. Then we'll reconfigure as needed. I'm off by one tile. Okay, I'm off by one tile. So the elevator actually needs to be one tile further that way, further out. Cool. Drop back down. Last second jetpack so I don't kill myself. Get rid of this. One more tile out. And the elevator conducts power, so I should be able to just use my hover pack, kind of go up close to it. Yeah, I'm getting recharged as I go. I can keep building. It was not one tile. Wait. It was two tiles off. God damn. Maximum height for personnel elevator reached. Oh, wow. So 196 meters is as much as I can do. Well, that is wildly inconvenient. So maybe I should be off by one and have like a little extra floor here to just keep going. Like if I build it on that tile there, then I have a one tile floor and then just up for the rest of it. Probably what I'm gonna have to do. So having to ride two elevators though, that kind of defeats the purpose. Because the problem that I have is that this hypertube is actually quite slow because it's climbing a lot. But even now I am seeing it's quite slow, but it's quite slow, but it's actually kind of the same speed as the elevator itself. And it's a lot faster going down, which the elevator has constant speed. So, One thing I might want to do though is have a little elevator between these three floors here. That, yes. Approaching on that power switch, isn't it? I do personnel elevator right here. That. Hold it up. Oh, it's not powered. Let's do that for now. So I gotta stop at 0 and a stop at 24. So. Oh, because the second floor. Yeah, that one doesn't have a stop yet. Okay. So let's go ahead and one over here. Elevator floor stop. Yes. Bam. Now if I call it. Okay, and the other thing I'm going to do is this power line. Actually going to bring in a new power pole right to here. That's going to get connected to that. Which is still on, so that's fine. But that one is going to power the elevator itself rather than the line that's above us. So there we go. That's the train floor. That's the refinery floor. Refinery / hypertube floor. That is the manufacturing floor. Got refinery floor. That one, I'll switch to a different color. Make it blue. Actually, what's it processing? Yeah, it's processing water. So, sure, let's make it blue. Why is it not? Who fix it? Secondary color. There you go. That'll do. The top floor, that's the train floor. So, boom, boom. And you can set up those little icons here. And when you name the floors, you hover over the button, it shows it to you. We'll go up. Over here. Beautiful. That works as intended, and that power line is now not needed because I've connected it down there. The white train is also now functional. It's going between the steel base and here, while making a pit stop also at the full power station. But now that we've done this, yeah, the hypertube junction I'm actually quite excited about, because that means this tube here is not needed anymore, so I'll just delete it as I go. I can still just keep hovering because the rail actually recharges my hover pack as I go. And that way, I'm always riding the top tube anyways, which means a better view. A much better view. There we go. I had to lengthen. All of the trains have been lengthened. They're now significantly bigger than they were before, which means I had to redo this junction here, which I forgot to build a floor for. The white train didn't need it. It's still pretty short, but the purple train going to main base, that one is now, I think it's 9 cars long, maybe 10. I've made it a lot bigger, so I've redone this junction so that it could just fit there. You see? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 freight cars. So it's still pretty, you know, it's a pretty hefty train, but I'm expecting that a lot of the traffic between main base and the aluminum base is going to be exclusively through that train. So that is why I've done it this way. Just gonna keep dismantling this. You only need one now. And this pipeline can also go. So there, 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 and here we are. So there's 2 different types of hypertube junctions, which I am going to take advantage of here. I've done the bottom one here. I don't think I like that. No, I'll keep going on the top tube. I could just join everything up with junctions now. So we'll support our whole, because there is also a hypertube branch, which is going to be very convenient. Because if, let's say, I turn it around and then turn it that way, I can then choose to connect to whatever entrance I need here. That one goes to main base, that one goes to Illum base. So that is here. Then I can go for another branch. And it goes that way. For this guy here. Because the junction is so close to the building, I'm actually preferring to use 2 different branches like this. Choose where I go. Instead of the... And now the steel base one is now completely unnecessary because I'm going to have another junction back at main base to choose whether you go to steel base or stop. You know? Now, I want to go to main base. Well, I'm going like that. I'll just remove the bottom tube as I go here. There we go. So over here is where the junction would be. Because that keeps going all the way to, well, that would, once I build it, keep going all the way to steel base. That comes to main base. If I delete all of this, and delete this, I could do the same thing I did before, which was beam support in the middle. Do like painted beam all the way to here. To junction. So, yeah, it's gonna have to turn a bit. I might have to do it a little earlier. Give myself a bit more room to build. Do it about here. Slightly offset, but oh, we're getting glitches. Okay. Not a beam support, it's a pillar support thing. So, all frame pillars, do 3. Let's do 3. Then I put then I put another support on top, which is what I did before. Actually, I think I could just do 2 high on this one. So, let's do that. Then I could put the hypertube junction on the top of it, which we've done before. We know it works. Yeah, that looks about centered. Then I go for a small painted beam right here, slightly going up, just like that. And then this connects to that. That one goes that way, and that one goes that way. Now my question is, does the train still fit under? I think it does. Yes, it does. I got some leeway here, so that works. So now when I come here, depending on which junction I choose, I could go to main base, I can go to steel base. Same thing, when I come out of the main base, the one line is going to be enough to determine which way I'm going. I can go that way, I can go that way to the other base. So I'm not going to need like 1,000 hypertubes anymore. It's just the one. There seemed to be a crashed ship right there. Okay. Same thing here. That could also be a junction. That also goes back to main base. So if I mistakenly take the wrong tube, now it's not that much of a problem. I could just get to the junction and turn around. So that lower tube is not going to be needed anymore. Get rid of that pillar. I'll have my little pillar support set up here. Do 3. Okay. The support like that, and then this. Do it that way. Well, now this tube can connect to that. This tube can connect to that. This tube connects to that. So you can, technically, because of these junctions, just loop on yourself if you want, but all you gotta do is hit E once and you're out of the loop. You're good. I'm probably gonna want to blueprint that little pillar. Although I've already built, I say I've already built most of the junctions I'm gonna need. Not true. I'm probably gonna need quite a few in the new base once I build it. And I'm definitely gonna want an elevator in this base as well. Just getting from floor to floor has been a bit of a nightmare here. There we go. Now all of that can just go away. Now all I gotta do is just write this. And as we get above, we take advantage of the beautiful, beautiful view. So, that's great. That's exactly what I was hoping for. I definitely want to gonna want an elevator or two here. So I've got this floor here, where I've currently moved on some of the, I think these are steel pipes. Yes, the steel pipe production has now been moved on to the more modern brick blueprint design. So I'm gonna want an elevator to be able to get on that floor. This is the ground floor here. So I could build it right there, but it would make more sense if I built it closer to the building's entrance. So somewhere about here-ish. If I go for that tile here, where does that line up here? I'll take that tile, run it up to there, and then that'll end up about here. Personnel elevator, let's put the door facing that way. That all the way up to, let's say, here. Door facing that way. Power comes from that panel here. Another floor stop. I want one right here. There you go. So now we have ground floor, manufacturing floor, train floor up there. Like manufacture floor, so that one, and I'll switch that one over to red. That one, that's the trains. Bam. So hit that, get to the top. Yeah, a little bit of work has been done here just to modernize the steel pipe factory here, as well as ship the Caterium a bit faster. Because it is getting shipped all the way from another mine, all the way back there at the other end of that stack of conveyors. I've also got like a near full line of Caterium ingots here that I do not want to use anymore. So yeah, I've disconnected that line completely. And I'm pretty sure I've disconnected the line from the other end as well. So I'm just gonna empty it out, really. Got a sink right there. So that's just very, very simply what I'm gonna do is oh, I got curve belt mode too. Oh, that's new. Oh, I'm not sure I mean, if you want your stuff to look truly spaghetti, I kind of get it. I don't think that would be my first choice. I prefer straight lines by quite a wide margin here. There you go, that'll just about line up. A whole lot of that line is Mark III belt, so it's going to take a bit, but it's fine. And all of these Caterium ingots are now getting synced. Exactly what I wanted. And yeah, that little factory here is still working wonders, doing pretty great with all of the steel we're processing here. I'm quite happy with that. So. And yeah, silica getting shipped over there too, like the quartz factory down here. I'm thinking of switching that over to a brick sooner than later too. But if I'm going to do that, then I'm probably going to rebuild the whole base. Because this base isn't very big. There isn't all that much here. And if I'm going to do that, well, I'm going to do that after the main base, not now. And even now, like, I could see another use for junctions right here. Could just join up that line with this one with just a couple of one-way branches. That would still work. So let's not get rid of you. Have some like that. There we go. Now I go to floor hole junction branch. Yes. So I'm gonna have a branch going that way. I'm gonna have a branch going the other way. Just about here. Nope, that's wrong way. Yeah, like that. So grab a tube, plug that in there, grab a tube, plug that in there. So if I want to keep going all the way to the Caterium mine if I want, I can. I still have two separate entrances for it in here, but I could just, yeah. Then I could just turn around if I want and then keep going. Oh, little glitch here, but seems to be working mostly as intended. And now this train line, this railway here, that line, I know is on the global grid. So if I rebuild that base, it's going to be on this grid too. I'll just realign it, kind of shift it over. And then switch the steel production to bricks. See, oh, I wasn't paying attention. Didn't go the right way, but now I know the right way's aligned because I wanted to go back to main base. How did I pop out of that? Might have been a slight glitch here, where I just popped out of my own hypertube lane. Maybe a slight misconnection. And then over here, yeah, these I've not very well connected yet. Because what I'm thinking of doing is having another floor down here where I have some of my hypertube connections going to. Not some, all. Kind of a, yeah, my hypertube hub would be down here, and I would probably also have a, in the same building, I would also want to have a power switchboard going on. Basically, just a little building full of power switches controlling every part of the factory. So in the new factory, every power line is going to originate from here. Like, none of these big power towers going to bumfuck nowhere. Like, that one isn't even connected to anything anymore. I'm pretty sure it's the same case for this one. Has a 1 out of 3, so that means it's only connected on one end, which means it's useless. And yeah, so that one does have a use right now. It's powering up the sorting facility, so that one's useful. And that's where all of my outside power is coming from. The only exception to that would be the small coal power base I have down there, down that way. You can kind of see the chimneys way out in the distance. But even that one, what I'm going to do is just going to be one power line going from there all the way to like, instead of running it up here, I'll probably bring it up that way and then connect it to there so that it goes through here and into my switchboard. Actually, no. I'm going to bring it all the way by itself. Bring it up to here and connect it to the switchboard directly. So I have a switchboard for that base. I have a switchboard for each base. Currently, I just have switches here for each of them. So the steel base is here. The oil base, yeah, that one's for oil base, and the one for aluminum base is over there, close to that pillar. But I'm gonna want to centralize those, and then after that, I'll have, you know, a specific switch for the Christmas factory, and I'll probably section off some parts of the big new factory. So that I can really have full control over my power grid. And if I decide that I need to cut off a part of the grid because I'm blowing fuses, it's going to be much easier that way. So I'll probably have another floor like here. Because these are 4 meters high. All of these. Pretty sure. If I look at that. Yeah, that's 4 meters high. So I don't think I would need that much more than a 12-meter floor. You know, I could have, let's say, so that's 1, 2, and 3. That'd be 11 meters if I do it like that, and I don't think I'd need much more than that. I'll put a stop here. That, and now this would be kind of the floor where I build my power switchboard and my hypertube hub. Because I'm probably gonna want some tubes going to a bunch of different parts of the factory. And instead of it being all the way out there, I'm gonna want it here, so that way I arrive by hypertube, like I get to here by hypertube in any way I want, grab the elevator, go up, ride a train, go down, grab some stuff from the storage, get back up. Everything is going to be much closer together that way for me, for the stuff I need to do more often. That's kind of how I'm seeing it right now. So I think, okay, well, this is actually quite fun. Because now that we've got junctions, we've got elevators. I know that there's a whole bunch of stuff that's been done to pipelines as well. Well, we saw the curved option for pipelines, so yeah, like that. Like if I decide to really want to spaghettify this thing, give me like nice curves. Oh, we've got a straight mode for pipelines now. That wasn't there before. I'm really happy about that. I'm gonna use that a lot. Okay, that's very nice. I like that. I know that they're supposed to have fixed some of the fluid mechanics as well, I think. But yeah, that's quite nice. So now that means if I get into here, I can now mark that one. I have a little, yeah, lightning bolt. There you go. Little power switchboard floor. There you go. right down to it. Which is currently nothing, but, you know. And the most important thing is I'm going to be able to the power switchboard is going to be the thing kind of powering up the elevator itself. Right now it's the outside stations, really, because all of my train stations are currently just kind of connected together in one line and bringing it all in. I'm gonna have to redo the power lines from the train stations, that's for sure, but they're here already. Like, it's not too complicated to do at that point. You know, all I've got to do is, you know, remove that switch, plug it onto there, and then bring that down to the power switchboard. Like, it's not... Those kind of readjustments are not that big of a deal. And then over here, I'm going to have, very likely, the same kind of setup I had before, where this line here, if I bring it down to like curve mode, like that, and then with a couple of one-way branches, I'll just be able to choose a direction. Ah, I can't do it like that. Do I have a straight mode for Hypertube? I'd really like that. What's gonna have to happen is I'm gonna have to kind of oh, I could use... Oh, that's really nice. You do the hyper... I can actually zoop the stackable supports now. That wasn't there before. I'm very happy about that. That's quite nice. Am I out of music? I am out of music. Let's restart it. Let's start a new playlist, actually. There we go. That'll do. Hello, Kromar. How you doing today? There we go. Oh, the game sound is actually getting muted when I'm alt-tabbing. I don't want that. Seems to have changed that option here. Go. Apply that. I want to keep game sound when I'm tabbing out. I've been alright. I've been messing around with the update for this game. The new experimental build, as you can see on in the corner there, that little red banner that says experimental build. And it added a bunch of stuff that I really like so far. The main two, really, being these Hypertube junctions, and the other one being those personnel elevators. Because I've chosen the start that is the most vertically challenging, I would dare to say, that forces you to build vertically the most. Because you don't have a whole lot of space here. And so you have to build up quite a bit. And so being able to have those elevators and build different floors like this is making things a lot easier for me. And now, yeah, these floor holes, I'm actually going to move. But also, can have those junctions now, so I can have the one hypertube going from one end of the world to the other, basically, with just junctions, and then I get to choose where I go. And then I get those branches, which are kind of the one-way junction. If I do that, and then that. Now from my hypertube building that's going to be on the floor below, I'll be able to have the I'll be able to just kind of choose which direction I'm going that way, because that doesn't give me a whole lot of time to operate the junction if I do it otherwise. I'll just do it like this, with this hole going that way, this hole going that way. But if I'm coming from there, I could just keep going if I want, which is very nice. We got our trains operational also, which is quite nice. I got 3 different trains running right now. 4, actually 5. I got 5 trains running now. But 3 are coming to this base. So yeah, because I've got a refinery all the way over there. I've got a steel processing base that you can kind of see the station in the distance out there. And I've got an aluminum processing base that you can kind of see in the distance over there too. But yeah, I'm digging the new update right now. I'm liking this a lot. And just like, it comes out at a very, very good timing for me, because I'm about to demolish this whole base and rebuild it from the ground up. With the exception of the red tiled Christmas factory here, because that's a special Christmas event that I'm not going to be able to rebuild if I demolish it. But everything else is going to go. So like that whole section there, that's going to get destroyed. That whole section up there, that train station's already disconnected. I'm not even using it anymore. So that's going to go. Those tubes that's going to go. That building, that's going to go. All of that. Literally everything we could see here, that's all going. And there's several floors of it going down. So all of that is going to get destroyed. And then rebuilt. From the ground up. I have enough resources in my storage down here to make sure I don't run out of stuff while I rebuild, which is going to help quite a lot. And then over here, basically over here with the train stations there and everything, like this is going to become one giant mega factory building. That is very likely going to span, well, the vast majority of the space, really. And then down here, I'm going to have a little hefty power switchboard, which will allow me to kind of use power switches, like these, to control each and every part of the factory. So that way, if I blow a fuse, I can just shut down part of the factory that is not as needed, or maybe full. shut it down, or something that's, you know, really pulling a lot of juice, shut it down, fix the power, get it back up. So because of that, I am very likely gonna have, the power switchboard here, along with the hypertube hub. And I'm also very likely to have a big old battery bank. These power storage batteries, these are a little bit too tall for the height of the floor I've done. So I might do it on a floor below. I've got room, so I'll probably do it on a floor below, where I'll have the battery bank connected to the power switchboard. So that if I want to have that battery bank included in the power grid or not, I can just...
Hello there.
Hello there, Amanda. How you doing today? I know you enjoy seeing me build stuff, so your timing is absolutely fantastic. We got trains running. We got elevators now. That didn't exist before. And tubes and all of that. Like, yeah, there's a lot going on in this place now. But there's not going to be a whole lot going on very, very soon. Actually, to the point where I'm starting to think the Great Demolition might need to begin just about now. I'm going to make sure these train stations are completely empty, though, first. But yeah, all of this is going to go away. Like the backup power grid that I have with the biomass burners, that's also going to move into the main building over there. These seem very empty to me. Yep, that's empty. So, poof! The great destruction has begun. Yeah, all of this, that can all go away now. That railway's been cut off already. I'm not using it anymore. So yeah, we're doing quite a bit of, I guess that would qualify as spring cleaning. Yeah, the walls, these tubes are not even used anymore. What am I building? The main base. Basically, this main base that I'm currently in is a mess. It's a friggin' nightmare. It's a mess. It's impossible to navigate, and it's impossible to get stuff from where it's getting made to where I want it to be. So I'm destroying all of it and rebuilding it from the ground up. The only exception to it is going to be the red tiles. The red tiles is the special Christmas factory that I cannot rebuild if I destroy it. So that's why I marked it, so I don't destroy it by mistake. But everything else, everything that is not red tiled, is getting destroyed. And I'm rebuilding it from the ground up. Like even the space elevator here, that's gone. it is a big project, yes, but it has to happen. It is necessary at this point. This place has been an absolute mess for quite a while. So, yeah. Yes. In the new building, because this is going to be, like, the train stations are just going to be part of a building. All of it is going to be a giant building. It's going to be one whole big old mega factory thing. So, what I'm going to do here... Oh, look, a nerd. Yes, I am a nerd, and I live very well with that reality. I am quite the nerd. I'm a big old nerd. So, hello, Savior. Yes. On the roof here, I think. If I put a roof above this train station, I can have the blueprint makers up top and have the elevator go up to it. I am a nerd. I know very well that I'm a nerd. I'm very okay with being a nerd. Let's do vertical about there. Oh, look, another nerd. Yeah, it's raining nerds here. If I kind of zoop myself a little platform here. This can now be the roof of my mega factory. You're the tribal nerd. Oh no. So, yeah, if you're the tribal nerd, does that mean I have to give the 1 or do I have to give the frickin' Vulcan sign? The Vulcan salute instead. I feel like the Vulcan salute would be a proper acknowledgement for the tribal nerd. Actually, yeah, no, the Vulcans aren't very tribal though, so that wouldn't really work. It'd have to be like a Klingon salute of some kind. Are we the bullies now, Cromar? I'd say you are, because you're a Spider-Man nerd. I mean, we've all seen Spider-Man 3. He's a bully. Alright? Now if I go there, there we go, top floor, and over here is gonna be my blueprint maker and probably even my probably even the space elevator. No. The space elevator I'm probably going to put off to the side over there. I don't want to put it up top here because it's already... This building's already going to be very conveyor heavy. So, let's not do that. But the blueprint makers can absolutely be here. So, building myself a bit more floor here. Okay, that should do. And then blueprint. So I still need a Mark 1 designer here because a lot of my blueprints are still on the Mark 1 size. But I'm also going to want a Mark 2. I can put on this side. There we go. I could just get to the roof, work on my blueprints from here. As long as I get myself some reliable electricity source up here, which I can very easily, then I could just float around in my hover pack, design my blueprints here, and do everything I need, instead of down there where it was so far out of everything else I needed that I kept going back and forth and losing a bunch of time. Also, another very, very important factor here for the new update. If I cut out my external music, it has elevator music. And you get to choose your elevator music. Not hearing that one. Oh, that's proper elevator music. The tropical elevator music. Even better. So you got this big old switchboard here for all of your floors, for every stop you have on your elevator. With the little soundtrack playing. I could just go all the way down and enjoy the view. And over here, yeah. So down here is going to be kind of the basement storage facility. This is my storage. Basically, it's an auto sorting storage, where each resource has its own box, and it gets sorted. All I have to do is basically dump everything that's in my pockets in this container here. Yeah, all of it can go. There you go. That goes in there, gets sorted into the proper boxes. If it's full, it goes all the way through and into a sink. Most of it is already full, so but that design is also very easily expandable. I can make it bigger if I need to. I could even, kind of two-floor it if I wanted and kind of have these two lines go up into another floor with a whole bunch more of these containers. Like, that is very, very scalable is the word I was looking for. That's very scalable, and it works exactly as I want, and it also makes sure that when I really start rebuilding this place, that I can that I have all the resources I need to rebuild. So yeah, even that over here, that sulfur line here has been a bit shit. Why are you not doing anything anymore? Because you need steel pipes. which I haven't reconnected yet, but I want to burn off all of the sulfur that's on that line. So I'm going to go manually grab some steel pipes from my storage right here. I know that there's a steel pipe input container right there. Throw these in. So that factory is going to restart. And yeah, the new sulfur line is this one. So once that one is emptied out, which it should be quite quickly. Yeah, see, it's moving a bit now. Once that's emptied out, I'm gonna be able to take care of that. I could restart my external music now. There we go. And yeah, over here, that's my backup power grid. That's gonna go in the main building too. And down there, that's a coal power plant that I have, which I'm definitely not gonna bother rebuilding. That one I'm just gonna leave it as is. But one thing I am gonna rebuild is the power line that's coming from it. Because right now, yeah, it's just those big power towers right there going up and connecting onto here, which is kind of the main base. Instead of going there, it's going to be going that way and under, and then connecting into the main building where I want to have my power switchboard, so that I can cut this thing off if I need to. And then over here, yeah, that's my ammunitions factory. That's already full, I'm pretty sure. Well, that's empty, but the big storage down there is full. Yeah, so it doesn't even... It's not even running. It's all yellow in there. That's not even running. What we're hearing is the machines below it. That's running. So, quite honestly, that whole brick, that can go. That could just go. And I've already solved the problem anyway of... I've already solved the problem anyway of what to do if my inventory gets full. Go down to the sorting facility, dump it all in there, let it get sorted out by itself, and then come back up and keep demolishing. Simple as that. There we go. Blueprint makers not needed anymore because I've already built the new ones. Go. This bit of floor can all go. It's all getting destroyed. This thing isn't even connected to anything. There we go. Hover pack just gained enough electricity to restart floating. So all of that I can now just very easily just get rid of. That line there, that was a coal line that was going for the sulfur plant I have over there. But I'm already bringing coal from one of the trains in there, so it's not needed anymore. Go. That and these tubes are also not needed. That's gonna go. That blueprint maker, that's gonna go. That big blueprint there, also gonna go. That was my sink. That was my original kind of pocket emptier facility. Although I think I have some of that in the, wait, no, it's not the original, well, it's the original one, yes, but it's not, I'm gonna have to rebuild it, because it's also the it's also the little mini factory that makes, healing items from alien remains. So that I'm gonna have to redo. Yeah, all right. Okay. And I'm already, you can see here, I'm already getting full. So and I have a couple containers down in the storage that are not currently used that I'm gonna set up to use here. Like that one here is still marked just iron ingots, so that means it's there's nothing. RCUs, radio control unit. Oh, that's for that side. Okay. So yeah, I could just, I'll just upload that stuff to Dimensional Depot for now. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Everything else could just get sorted out. So, boom. Got a rebar, iron rebar. Quite a lot of iron rebar. That can all go. Concrete, computers, silica, plastic. Yep. Frames, plates. All mixing it in. And it all gets sorted out. I love this thing. I'm very proud of this thing. There's no Satisfactory playthrough now where I won't reuse a similar design to this for storage. That's going. That copper ingot line. That copper ingot line is only solely for the Christmas factory. I do remember needing that. For the, yeah, it goes all the way to there. It's getting used there. And that green line here, that is set to be destroyed. Because the green line here was what I used to fill up the sorting storage place. I don't want to destroy it just yet, though. Yes, I actually can. Because the, so that goes away. That stays, because that's part of the Christmas factory. So, put the green line here. That goes. And that copper ingot line, what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to cut it off here. And I'll connect it in some other way once I rebuild. But for now, I kind of want it out of the way. It's not in my way while I try to rebuild. Yeah, all of that, even this line here, yeah, that's coming from the old factory, but I know for a fact that whatever's on that belt, these containers are already full, so. I think the next step is gonna be, that's also part of the Christmas factory, I just didn't mark it properly. Yeah, the roof of it is marked, so kind of went for that. Now these tubes and that whole little building here, that's gone. That's all gone. Go. That all goes, that goes, that goes, that all. Yep. All goes away. Gone. Go. That also gone. These tube entrances gone. And that... Nope. I gotta make sure to get rid of anything that might be kind of floating in the air here. Because that's just extra wasted processing power for my computer to just have to render those. So... But yeah, that whole biofuel thing here. So what's probably gonna happen... I have the power switchboard back there. And I think what I'm going to want to do is have another floor below it where I'll have the biofuel making factory. And I'll have a battery bank on the floor below that. So I'd have to accommodate for the height of one of these batteries. How big are they? We're looking a hair above 12 meters. 12 and a half-ish. If I do 16 meters to the ceiling, I have enough. One, two, three, four. Yeah. That floor here is going to be the biofuel maker and power bank. Biofuel maker, battery bank. Bam. Let's make that yellowish. Bam. There you go. I can just zoot myself a floor here. Biofuel gen's probably going that way. If I go back to my blueprints in my Mark IIs, biofuel maker, well that's not, I did not think of limiting the height of that very well. Might have to redesign that. Okay, let's not stick that here yet. I'll probably make a Mark V version with Mark V belts. Redesign that to be within 16 meters clearance. Workshop, ma'am, that can go. And that whole facility here, I'm pretty sure is disconnected from the rest of the base right now. Yeah, it's disconnected from the rest of the base right now. So, the only thing it's getting used for is to power up the light for that Christmas tree. And, like, the snow blowers and things. Like, that's it. So, don't really care. I just blew up the fuse for the Christmas tree. So, again, don't care. Oh, wow, yeah. Inventory full. Let's go sort that out right now. That's a lot of biofuel that is gonna get synced if I dump it in there. So I'm just gonna go and drop it back at the biofuel maker floor. I'll just put a storage container there for now. There you go. Everything else, though, there we go. Beautiful. Gonna get sorted out. I do remember this thing not being a blueprint, which I am definitely gonna remedy that. It's all still running on Mark 1 belts too. Go. Because there's no electricity in this part of the base now, kind of relying on my fuel powered jetpack here. some of it got upgraded to Mark 5, so I did upgrade that not long ago, clearly. I don't really remember doing it. It was kind of a blur. Okay, yeah, that's this area cleared up. Yeah, those tubes and that road, I mean, they're useful to have if I fall down over there. But because this thing is generating a ton of power, I know that the hypertubes are never really going to fail from there. So I'll just redirect the tube and the power line to go that way to my hub, to my main hub. That used to power up the spotlight and the jump pad over there. Iron ingots. That was also needed for a Christmas factory, clearly. Okay. I'm gonna cut off the conveyor belt here. As for that belt here, I have no idea what it did. I don't remember what it did. I think that might have just been a... That's to bring something over there. That's not really necessary. Those tubes are gone. It is kind of important for me to preserve what's on the what's in the Christmas factory, though. So this is why I'm being very methodical in my demolition around it. There, that'll do. I'm gonna keep this road relatively functional for now. Just because I don't really have an easy way to get back up here if I fall down. So, for now, I'm not gonna destroy more of that part of the base. Just because of, well, of my own ineptitude, mostly. That I know will happen. Well, I'm trying to plan around it. There's the iron smelters and everything. Okay. So, what am I going to have to do here? I'm going to go around. Those mining machines I'm going to shut down. Both the iron and the copper that we're mining over here, I'm going to stop mining it. The mining machines can't move, but they're basically, apart from the Christmas factory, they're the only things that are not going to move in this base. So, there we go. All of it is now shut down. And now that I know my storage is full, I'm gonna be able to empty out this place. Same thing over here for the limestone. Still a Mark 1 miner. That should probably, I should probably upgrade that. Barrel, the bouncy truck, that's going away for now. Definitely rebuilding a new one. Concrete here, that can go, that can go. The whole concrete factory here. I've got an industrial container full of concrete already back at storage, so I am quite convinced that I'm not going to run out of concrete. Although I'm starting to think a second container of concrete might not be a horrible idea. I got some spare containers at the storage area, so I could do it. And that's the line that's coming from down there. So I'm not going to destroy that power tower just yet. But yeah, all of this here, that's all going. That is all going away. Alright, let's go back to storage. I'm going to empty out my pockets here. But before I do that, I'm going to take one of the unused containers. That one. Concrete. There you go. And this side is going to be concrete. Like that. Copy. Paste here. Back to the start of the sorting facility. Throw all of that in there. There we go. That's all gonna get sorted out. Wonderful. Train station goes away, but I know it's empty. That railway also goes away. Sure to keep my my Mercer spheres on hand here. There we go. Oh yeah. There we go. Top floor's almost cleared. Go. Just ditch the old blueprints that we don't need anymore. And just destroy the connections. There's still a bunch of shit just floating in the air here. Oh, there's a lot here. Okay. I'm gonna go empty out my pockets. I'm gonna come back here and make sure to grab all of the things that are just getting rendered in the air right now and kind of floating. Yeah, okay, this thing is not fully keeping up with me right now. Might be feeding it a bit too quickly. But hey, this is as fast as it's gonna go, so. As soon as it gets through that stack of concrete, it's actually going to go down pretty quick. Three, 4, 5, 6. Once I have the bottom row, there you go. Now I can throw this in there. Not be too concerned about it. Yeah, just those little conveyor supports and things that are just gonna keep rendering and pulling a whole lot of resources. There we go, that's that floor clear, basically. Except for these conveyors. So let's get rid of that right away. Yeah, those belts were getting through to the Donkey Drum, hello. What's up? I am undertaking the biggest demolition project I have ever done in Satisfactory. Or in any factory game ever. This whole place, which I have built over many, many, many hours, is a mess. It's an absolute nightmare. This game is sexy Euro City. Yep. It is beautiful, but it's a mess. Like, it is actually, like, I've built it way too compact in a way that I didn't have room to run conveyors in places that I needed to. I was underproducing some things, overproducing others. It was not very well balanced. So I have started building the new base a little bit over there. You can see the train stations currently there with the big elevator going all the way up to the roof where the blueprint makers are. And the other big thing is this grid here. This grid, this foundation grid that I'm standing on right now. Let's say I go down there and want to build from terrain. And I hold control. This is the global grid. This is the game gives you a grid that if you hold control over terrain, it just aligns it to. Which means for a lot of my secondary bases that I have out there, they're on that grid. But the main base isn't. So when I try to connect those bases together, it gets very wonky. Because as you can see, that does not align with the floor I'm standing on at all. The floor below does, because that's going to be part of the new base. Ever played Factorio? A lot. 600-700 hours easily. I love factory games. I just do. It's just yeah. You should. You should buy it. Honestly, you should. It's worth it. It's so damn fun. So yeah, this here is gonna be basically, this is gonna be the basement of, this is gonna be the basement of my new mega factory. What I'm standing on right now. This is a sorting storage facility. So I just drop all of my stuff into this container here. All the stuff that I don't immediately need. All of it. Bam. That goes away. And gets sorted out. Each resource has its own box and gets automatically sorted in from that. Which, yes, that's definitely part of the new base. Another thing I'm going to have in the new base, I mean, I have a couple floors kind of semi-planned out already. Connecting road to a pod area. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to do here. It's not really module build, but I want to centralize some stuff. So I got my storage floor down here. If we go all the way to the top, which... There's elevator music. Yep. So if we go all the way to the top here. So these are my blueprint designers. Basically, if I decide that I need a mini factory built. Oh, no, it's the other one. So let's say this. Then that's the blueprint for it. And I could just plonk down that blueprint, which I know is kind of a self-contained mini factory that I've already set up for biofuel making. This needs a redesign, but I'm not going to do that just yet. So that's my top floor. If I go right under, this is train arrival number 1. I've got a train going all the way back there. You can kind of see the, yeah, it's coming in. You can see the train coming in the distance. Connecting this base to another base I have way out, like behind that mountain, basically. That's processing a whole lot of aluminum related stuff. Basically, I'm making aluminum products back there and shipping those back to here using this train. I also have another train arriving right below. That one goes the other way. I have a steel processing base. Basically, you can see, yeah, railway here and that one. These two join up out there and go to another base. Which is my steel processing base. And then that railway there goes to my oil refinery. Which is behind that big pillar of rock I'm pointing at right now. Kind of way out behind that. And all of that is on the proper grid. The main base isn't. So that's one of the big reasons why I'm undertaking a full rebuild. The only thing I cannot rebuild is this. It's a Christmas factory. Because that was a special Christmas event, and I'm not going to be able to rebuild it if I demolish it. You got to go for a moment? All right, Goot. All right, dude. Thanks for letting me know. Feel free to lurk or just leave. Like I'm just thankful that you showed up. I'm just glad you showed up. So, there you go. Let's do this. That stairwell can now go away. And yeah, this whole factory here, that's like my basic factory. Processing iron and copper mostly. And limestone back there. But all of that I'm rebuilding now. And there was stuff on this floor here. I just finished basically unbuilding the top floor here. And I'm going to deconstruct it floor by floor until I get all the way to the ground. Oh, we got the northern lights going too. That's very pretty. This game in general is very, very pretty. Go. Well, it's all of these entry lines that I'm gonna have to work with here. Well, by work with I mean destroy. So there we go. Inventory's not full yet. I could keep going for a bit. go. Make sure to grab anything that's kind of floating in the air here. If I don't, it's going to stay there, and it's going to be a nightmare. This. Boom. Go grab the ceiling mounts and the conveyor lines. Make sure to destroy all of it. Oh, stop. Stop. Alright, what are you connected to? You're connected to that. Okay. Oh, and you're powering up this whole thing. That's ready to get shut down. That is ready to get shut down. This power tower is going away now. Same for that one. That's gone. And now we're at a point where we're actually hitting blueprints here. So demolition speed is gonna pick up quite a bit now. Because all of these that I'm standing on are blueprints, and I can actually dismantle by blueprint. So it's gonna be like layer by layer by layer as I go. I'm gonna be able to destroy these a lot faster than just individual pieces. Let's make sure to keep my inventory relatively sorted out here. All of that. That can all go. Yep. Same for this. Done. The biofuel is the only thing I'm keeping and bringing back up to here. I'm gonna need the elevator. A jetpack doesn't have enough juice to get up there. Like if I try to, it doesn't get there. So this is why I wanted the elevator. And the biofuel I'm going to keep here because I'm going to have some backup generators running here. Once I update the blueprint for them, which they deeply need an update. So actually, I should not have done that. Rooftop. Go to the rooftop. No, rooftop. There you go. Oh, wow. We're actually so high up in the air that the sun isn't completely set just yet from up here. But it is from down there. Just kind of wild. Gotta love proper ambient occlusion. Alright. Here we go. Yeah. Poof. Oh, that's not considered the blueprint? Okay, I'm falling off of the blueprints here, so. There you go. Are these not blueprints? Those must have been the very first ones that I built then. Yeah, that's still a whole bit. A whole lot of this factory that's just gone now. Gonna, yeah, destroy all of these conveyors here. No, I missed a couple. And over here. There you go. And then we can destroy these very nicely. All of these conveyors here, that's all going away. Problem is, because these are just kind of connecting lines and not blueprints, I do have to destroy them individually, which takes a bit more time. Then again, when I built this place, I was not planning on raising it to the ground. There we go. That little demolition project is now well underway. There we go. I like the fact that it's flowing out fast enough that I could just wait a few seconds if my inventory's too full. And usually there's enough room for me to throw everything pretty quick. There we go. Now I just let the thing do the work. Oh, this place is feeling empty already. You just have to be very, very mindful of little floating things. If I see little floating things, I gotta make sure to destroy them. Because otherwise they're gonna stay there. And they're going to be extremely annoying. There we go. Just gonna bam. Conveyor line, conveyor ceiling mount, hypertube supports. That goes away. Not seeing anything else floating here. This is coming along quite nicely. Oh, I usually have my my Canadian uniform here. Starting to get a bit cold. Let me go get it and refill my coffee. I'll be back in just a minute. And we're back. Here we are. Okay. There's gonna be nice and methodically destroying these floors here. There you go. $50 out of 50. So those half pieces tell me this is probably the start of a blueprint here. So oh yeah, I've got assembly machines going on here. All right. Ceiling mounts, gotta make sure to get those. Conveyor supports. That's going away. Hypertube supports. Those hypertubes have not been used for ages already. Just relics. Relics of a time immemorial when this factory was still functional. Okay. I want to start deconstructing from this end here. Yep, as I suspected. Most of it is just blueprints, so I'm going to be able to destroy these quite quickly. So bam, bam, bam. Now we just get the connecting bits. Okay, I've got more storage here, so seems like I have a lot of copper-related products here. A lot more than I need. I've been hoarding those, clearly. Up. Go, and now ceiling mount. Seeing a small ceiling mount there. I definitely don't want to be leaving the float in the air, so I want to make sure I catch that. There you go. Got it here. Got that one too. That platform over there, that's not connected to anything anymore. That could definitely go away. Go. Floor over here going all the way into the cave. That could definitely get destroyed. Cursor spheres I'm making sure to re-upload in the dimensional depots, but everything else really... that's just gonna go away. So... with these storage containers here being full... I think this is gonna be... not a bad moment for a storage facility trip. Just gonna go empty my pockets. I'm gonna have to do a few trips just to take out these containers here. The other thing that I could do is just connect the containers to here. Just run a conveyor there and empty them directly. Which I honestly think might be faster. That might be what I want to do. Because I do remember seeing, I mean, this line here, I know connects to it. And that green conveyor here also connects to the storage facility. Yeah, that green splitter here, that green merger there. There we go, just like that. Now all I gotta do is conveyor merger. There we go, nice and simple. That is now all going down to the storage facility. Yeah, there you go. That elevator is glitched. It's going the wrong way. Well, hey, it's fine. Why is it so choppy? Are these Mark IV belts? Not Mark IV. They are not Mark IV belt. Come on, mouth. Work with me here. That line here is struggling. Not sure why, but it is. So I feel like it might be this lift that's having issues. That one's working kind of right. Well, hello there. Corey with a raid. Thank you so much, dude. Welcome, raiders. My name is Raven, and I am currently undertaking the biggest deconstruction project in Satisfactory history, at the very least for me. The biggest I've ever done. Because this whole place is going down to the ground. This whole base is going down to the ground. I mean, it's mostly down to the ground already. I've got about half of it deconstructed already. The only thing that is going to stay is that building over there. Everyone, want to get back into this game. Yeah, the one thing I would dare to say, Corey, if you do it, I would start a new save from scratch because, you know, 1.0 got out and now we're up to 1.1 on the beta branch. And the 1.1 adds a whole lot of new stuff that you're going to want to take advantage of. So I'd say start a new save from scratch and make sure to subscribe to the experimental branch on Steam to get the 1.1 update right away. Because it is like, I've been playing on it for a few hours today. Haven't found any glitches whatsoever. It is running fine. It's running quite well. So, like, I don't even have any stability concerns right now. And it adds a whole bunch of stuff that we didn't have before, such as this tower of glass that you see there is an elevator. So, with my jetpack having, well, I just got yeeted into the air from the autosave. That glitch is still there. But, like, I had trouble going from a floor to another in my jetpack. Because this start, in particular, the forest start, it forces you to build vertically quite a lot. It is very demanding to build vertically, because you don't have a lot of space to build. So you gotta go up. You can't sprawl. So, an elevator like that is kind of quite the boon for me right now. Okay. Alright, I was in the process of destroying this part of the base. I'm just emptying these. I'm just emptying these machines as fast, well, not as fast as I can. Probably could go a bit faster than that if I just kind of tripled the conveyors, but right now what I'm doing is really just emptying out all of this to make sure I have enough resources to rebuild this place once I do. Blueprint goes away. Blueprint goes away. Blueprint goes away. There we go. And now all I gotta do is destroy the connecting bits. And these were old blueprints that I didn't design very well. So there's a lot of connecting bits. The good thing I've refreshed most of my blueprints already. So when I rebuild this place, it'll be a whole lot better. Also, I see a frog in the chat. Hello, frogs. Thank you very much for showing up and accompanying Corey in the raid. Yeah, so, alright. This little platform here can now go away. Just ditch that. That walkway can go. We are making pretty good progress here. And all of this is getting emptied all the way back to here into the new base that this is where I'm going to restart rebuilding the base. This is going to be the basement of my mega factory, basically. My new mega factory. And the whole point of this is auto sorting storage. So, like you can see, there's one resource per box here. And I'm using smart splitters in the middle to just sort all of this trash out. And if the box is full, straight to the bin. Because if I have a full box, then okay, so even these I don't need. I could probably just straight up destroy rather than empty it out. So I can probably just get rid of those entirely. I'm gonna let these two keep running while I go and empty out my pockets. Bam, bam, bam. All of that, all of that. Yeah, I just mix everything in this container here, and I don't care. And then it just gets sorted. Which I'm quite proud of, and this thing is very scalable. I can make it a lot bigger if I needed to. So... Bam, conveyor lift. That goes away. Let that keep running, because that container was pretty full. Yeah, it goes faster if I empty it by hand. So, I'm better off doing that. Just running around with my cup of coffee. Bam! Yeah, that's a lot. That is now... I've overloaded it a bit. And it's all... Okay, my copper wire is completely full. It's all just going into the sink. Is that a merger here? That is a merger here. So if I just wanted to destroy stuff, I could just... There we go. It's still getting overloaded, but it does mean my pockets are empty faster. So I'll run with that. This back here, that can go away. That can go away. We can disconnect those. This whole factory here, that's going away. There you go. Thank you, jump pad. I don't know when the experimental is gonna get to the stable release branch, but honestly, I consider it's pretty damn stable already. It's been working as steadily as it has ever been for this game, which is pretty freaking stable to begin with. Like, I've had very, very few stability issues, problems, lags, or anything. And like, this factory was monstrous. And I barely ever had any lag. Which just, like, considering the amount of stuff my computer has to render, it's pretty wild. Okay. That conveyor here also needs to empty out, so let's throw that in there. The rotors, I'm not sure if I need to keep or not, so I want to make sure to put it in this, so that it gets sorted into a box if I have to. And now, yeah, the whole factory is currently powered down, so I'm just emptying the buffers, really. Emptying the machines that have been full of resources that I haven't been using for a bit, because I was planning to deconstruct this place. Like that platform here, those tubes, like all of that, that's ready to... That's going away. There you go. All right. This place is feeling empty already. This is insane. So yeah, the only thing I'm not going to be deconstructing is the area that's currently marked in red here. Because that's a special event factory. That was the seasonal holiday factory event. And if I deconstruct that, I'm not going to be able to rebuild it. So this is going to become kind of a little memorial building kind of thing. I'm probably going to build a building around this thing, make it nice and festive, and I know this thing already has its power grid completely linked together and isolated. So all I would have to do would be to have like a connector on the side of the memorial building with a power switch. So I could turn it back on if I want to. Or leave it off so it doesn't strain my power grid too much. Go. Okay, we got manufacturers going on here. Okay, no, I should keep going, like, I should keep deconstructing from the furthest away point from the storage. Just so things get easier and easier as I go. Blueprint. Yes. Blueprint. 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 There we go. That looks pretty clear to me. That belt here can also go away. And that is a raw copper ore belt. Yeah, that's also 1000% going away. The mining machines, I mean, I can't move the mineral spots, so the mining machine might as well leave it there for now. There we go. That is not doing too badly now. Okay. Now that piece of foundation can all go. And that piece of foundation can all go too. Well, do I have any blueprints in there? Okay, that row here. That's I got 4 blueprints here and then rows. So get rid of that. Okay, make sure to not. If I yeet myself down there, I'm gonna have a lot of trouble coming back up. So I gotta be real careful. Although, yeah, that's kind of climbable. So is this. It's not too bad. In worst case, I could go out to the refinery. The oil refinery, that's all the way down there. Climb up from that. Just ride the train back here, but it's still a waste of time. Go. Alright. That is... I am quite happy with how this is coming along. We're making fast progress here. There we go. Alright. Stack of cables. Wanted to fit in there too. Oh yeah, this place is feeling real empty now. Oh. Kind of breaks my heart a little bit. I spent a lot of time building this place. I didn't build it very well, but I still spent a lot of time doing it. Oh, I was running conveyors under the floor here. Yeah. Okay.
Your tastes are questionable.
Really, Ada? Why do you say my tastes are questionable? Ada being sassy today. Sure to get the ceiling mounts. Okay, I'm not seeing any little bits and pieces remaining, so just destroy the walkway. That line also goes all the way to storage, if I remember it right. But I am going to start destroying this, so... Go, there we go. Yeah, that green belt over there is actually that goes to storage. So I'm going to take advantage of that. So I'm pretty damn sure that goes all the way to storage. Ooh, maybe not. Yes, it does. Okay. So while I'm deconstructing this place, I could dump everything in there instead of going all the way back. Meaning less walking, less lost time. More destruction. And I'm always quite the proponent for more destruction. At least right now. This, and then this, and this. Here we go. Whoa! Okay, yep. Careful. Go. That's all nice and clear. Go back to my temporary trash can. There you go. Just throw all of that in there. I am seeing a little glitch here. Because that elevator seems to be going the wrong way, but the resources are still getting where they need to go. That's just like a minor cosmetic glitch. Yeah, it clearly is going up, but those are probably for elevators that were built before 1.1. Might be a slight glitch because if I deconstruct them and rebuild them, it just goes the right way afterwards. So it's not so bad. I am still gonna file a bug report about it, just because, you know, I want the devs to get as much information as they can about their game while they're building it. go, there we go, there we go. That also goes. That also goes to storage, this line. So I could double line it. Ooh, I like that idea. Gonna empty out faster. No. There you go. Oh, that's a weird one. But it still works. So. There we go. Nice straight line. Oh, for all I know, they might remerge down there. Yeah, they're remerging here. So that doesn't change anything. Instead of doing that, I should merge it on this one. So, if I do that... There we go. This is why I color code certain lines. Go. hole, little floating conveyors, get rid of that. Get rid of that, get rid of the jump pad. Yeah. Oh, this place is starting to feel very, very empty now. There we go. I think I was a bit short on the modular frame, so that's pretty good. I'm able to empty that in. Then there's this whole structure. Yeah. Oh, this game is looking pretty. This game is always very pretty at sunrise and sunset. The lighting tends to be really nice. Go. That one. There. There. Okay, yeah. Ooh, is there anything under still? I think I've destroyed everything. Yeah. I've already destroyed everything that was underneath the floor. So... safely, happily destroy that whole bit of foundation. This and this and this. There we go. Let's go back to the rooftop. I want to see from up there what the main base looks like now. I'm kind of curious, and that's probably going to be a good view to end the stream on. Oh yeah, this place is a lot emptier than it used to be. A lot emptier. I think up here I should also have my hub. Can only build one. Oh crap, my hub is at the other base. Forgot about that. Yeah, this place is suddenly looking a lot emptier than it was. It shrunk by just about a half. I think we're about halfway done with the deconstruction. Maybe a little more than halfway. And then the rebuild will begin. But I think for now, this is going to be a good place to end. I've been going for a little while now. I think it's going to be enough. Let us see if my face would like to work. Face has decided it didn't want to work. Face, please. There you go. I got a face now. All right. That's going to be enough for today. And I am going to look for a friend to raid. the ads are running now. God damn it. It's the worst possible timing. I was about to snooze them. It'll give me 2 minutes to figure out where I'm going. Not a whole lot of people streaming right now. At least not a whole lot of my friends. Alright, so you know what? I'm just gonna end it here. I'm not even gonna raid out. Thank you very much for hanging out with me today. Take care, everybody. I'll see you on Monday for Battletech.